Good morning. We're in the record. Good morning. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Code Section 2571 etc. of the Open Meetings Act (OMA), I'm welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board. This meeting has been conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies. Electronic meetings by the ABC Board are authorized pursuant to Section 2577A of the DC Code. Pursuant to the OMA requirements, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABCA's website and on the District Central meeting calendar. The notice included the time, date, agenda, and call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting has been hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairperson of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically. Please respond when I announce your names. Mr. James Short.
Mr. James Short, present.
Mr. Silas Grant.
Mr. Silas Grant, present.
The board has 3 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 7 cases on this morning's calendar. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for our IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case is not being heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. Our first order of business today is a protest hearing status, case number 24 PRO 00068. Edgewood International Wine and Spirits, license number 95093. This case has been canceled. The board dismissed the renewal application on July 10th, 2024. See board order number 2024-488. We now move to Oshoka's hearing status calendar. Case number 24-251-00007, Safe House, license number 86803. Good morning, Mr. Oriana. Can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Morning, Chairman. Manala Mahmood, your access has been elevated. Colin Chenchi, your access has been elevated, and I believe that's all, Chairman.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chenchi. Can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Morning, Chairperson Colin Chenchi, COLLINCENCI, Assistant Attorney General with the Office of the Attorney General for the District of Columbia.
Good morning. Ms. Mahmood, can you please identify yourself for the record by spelling and stating your name?
Hi, good morning, members of the board, Mr. Chair. Manal Mahmood with Malleus O'Brien Sandground, MANALLE, Mahmood, MAHMOUD.
Thank you. Good morning, sir. Are there any preliminary matters in this case?
I just want to confirm that Ms. Mahmood has received the offer and compromise message from Mr. Sello, who is line attorney for this case.
We received it the other day and are currently evaluating the offer and compromise received.
Other than that, no preliminary matters.
All right, thank you. Then this matter is scheduled for show cause hearing on September 25th at 10:30 a.m. I would like to remind the parties that 7 days, if this matter goes to a hearing 7 days prior to the hearing, the parties are required to disclose documents and witnesses that will be relied upon at the hearing. Failure by either side to disclose documents and witnesses to the other side and to the agency, unless reasonable good cause is shown, the board is empowered to prevent that side from relying on documents and witnesses that have not been disclosed within the 7-day timeline. Any questions?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair.
None from the district.
All right, thank you very much. Have a great day. All right, the next case on our calendar is case number 24251-00013, 3321 Bistro DC Restaurant, license number 117625. This case has been canceled. The board approved an offer and compromise on July 17th, 2024. See board order number 2024-506. The next case on our calendar is case number 23251-00021, Cafe Citron, license number 60138. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee in this case?
Cameron Mixon, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Senti. Can you please identify yourself for the record?
Morning again, Chairperson Colin Chenchi with the Office of the Attorney General for the District of Columbia.
Good morning. Mr. Mixon, can you identify yourself for the record, sir?
Cameron Mixon with the Veritas Law Firm, counsel for the licensee.
Good morning. Mr. Chenchi, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
Again, just want to confirm that Mr. Mixon is in receipt of the offer and compromise sent to him by Mr. Sello signs this case.
That is correct. And is Mr. Sello still a point of contact to discuss that offer?
Yes.
Understood. We'll be in touch this week.
All right, thank you. Then this matter is scheduled for show cause hearing on September 18th at 10:30 a.m. Just want to remind the parties that 7 days prior to the hearing, if this matter goes to show cause hearing, the parties are required to disclose documents and witnesses. Failure by either side to disclose documents and witnesses to the other side and to the agency, unless good cause is shown, the board is empowered to prevent that side from moving forward or to rely on documents and witnesses that have not been disclosed. Excuse me, are there any questions?
None from the licensee.
None from the district.
All right, thank you. Have a great day. All right, the next case on our calendar is case number 23 CIT 00852, Post Pub, license number 705. This case has been canceled. The board will be the board will be voting on its legal agenda later on today to cancel the license. And it's my understanding once the license is canceled, the government will be dismissing the case. All right, so the next case on our calendar is case number 24 CMP 00022. Safari Restaurant and Lounge, license number 90424. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee in this case, and if there are any witnesses?
Sure thing. Pres Iame, your access has been elevated, and investigator Micaiah Nelson, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you. All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Fenty, can you introduce yourself for the record, please?
Yes, good morning again, Chairperson Colin Chenci, COLLINCENCI, Assistant Attorney General with the Office of the Attorney General for the District of Columbia, representing the district today.
Good morning, sir. If this matter goes to a hearing, do you have any witnesses you wish to identify at this juncture?
Investigator Nelson will be serving as the district's witness.
Ms. Nelson, can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Chair, my name is Micaiah Nelson. That is M-I-K-E-A. Last name Nelson.
Good morning, ma'am. Mr. Time, can you please spell and state your name for the record and your relationship to this establishment?
Good morning, Mr. Chair and the rest of the board members. First, Timmy, Safari DC Restaurant and Lounge owner manager.
Spell your name for the record, sir, please.
First name is F-R-E-Z and last name is T-E-A-M-E.
Good morning, sir. Mr. Tenchi, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
No, we're ready to proceed to the hearing.
All right, so this is a show cause hearing. The government has a burden, and so the way that it works is that the government will start. Both parties are, they have the opportunity to give an opening statement. Once the government makes this opening statement, then the licensee can give an opening statement at that juncture, or the licensee can wait until he presents his case to make an opening statement. After the opening statements are made, the government will call its first witness. The government will call its witness, do direct examination. The licensee will have an opportunity to cross-examine the witness. Once the licensee has had an opportunity to cross-examine the witness, the board might have questions of the witness. And then we will allow the licensee to ask questions of the witness based on the questions that were asked by the board. And the government will then also have an opportunity to ask redirect questions. Once the government has rested its case, then the licensee will present its case. And after the licensee has rested its case, I will ask the government to do a closing statement, and the government closing statement should be specific in letting the board, informing the board of the case and what it is that the government requests from the board. And the licensee will also have that opportunity to issue a closing statement. And in your closing statement, then it should be clear what it is that you'd like the board to do. Prior to starting, are there any questions by either side?
No.
No.
All right, so does the government wish to make an opening statement?
Yes.
Go ahead, sir.
Good morning, members of the board. We're here today in a show cause matter of Fab Lounge, Inc., trading as Safari Restaurant and Lounge, located at 4306 Georgia Avenue Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20011. This case is about letting too many people in the spaces it's supposed to keep control. Today, you're going to hear that on the morning of March 2nd, 2024, ABCA responded to reports that Safari Restaurant and Lounge was operating without a reimbursable detail officer. Ikea Nelson, ABCA's investigator, discovered upon her arrival that while there was an officer there, the establishment had over 60 people in its summer garden, almost 30 minutes after that summer garden was supposed to be closed under this board's order 2021-084. Then investigator Nelson walked to the front of the establishment and asked a person selling tickets to an event in the establishment how many people were inside. That person showed her a clicker counter that showed the establishment was more than 24 people over its approved occupancy. It's because of the establishment's actions on March 2nd that we're here today. The show cause notice issued in this matter concerns charges that the licensee, 1, violated an ABC board order by operating the summer garden after approved hours, in violation of DC Code 25823A6, and 2, made a substantial change in operations without board approval by exceeding the establishment's approved occupancy limit in violation of DC Code sections 25762A and B1 and 25823A1 and 7. The district bears the burden of proof in this case. We have to show that the respondent is liable for each of those two charges by substantial evidence in the record. We accept that burden and we're going to be able to meet it. That's through the testimony of investigator Ikea Nelson and the case report that she wrote. At the end of this hearing, it will be clear that the licensee violated a board order and the terms of its license. An establishment cannot be permitted to ignore the license without consequence. That's why at the end of this hearing, I'm going to ask that you find in favor of the District of Columbia and apply the maximum penalty consistent with DC Code 25830. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Time, do you wish to make an opening statement at this juncture, or will you defer until you present your case?
I will wait.
Okay, thank you. All right, does the government have a witness they wish to call?
Yes, the district calls investigator Ikea Nelson.
Mr. Nelson, can you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth? I can't hear you, ma'am.
I affirm.
All right, thank you. Your witness, sir.
Investigator, can you please state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Yes, sir. Ikea Nelson. That is MIKEANELSON.
And where do you work, ma'am?
The Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Administration.
Oh, I'm sorry, investigator, you got cut off a little there.
I'm sorry, the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Administration.
And what is your position with the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Administration?
I am an investigator.
How long have you been an investigator with them?
Approximately 5 years and 4 months.
What are some of your duties and responsibilities in your job?
I investigate and inspect ABC licensed establishments within the District of Columbia.
Investigator, are you familiar with an establishment located at 4306 Georgia Avenue Northwest, Washington, D.C. called Safari Restaurant and Lounge?
Yes, sir.
How are you familiar with it?
I have visited this establishment to conduct inspections and investigations.
Did you conduct an investigation of this establishment on March 2nd, 2024?
Yes, sir.
How did you begin your investigation of Safari Restaurant and Lounge on March 2nd?
I received a hotline complaint for noise as well as violations of the ABCA board order.
What did you do once you received that complaint?
I visited the establishment and conducted monitoring before entering and conducting an investigation.
At what time did you arrive at Safari that day?
Approximately 12:25 a.m.
So you said you conducted monitoring. What did you see at Safari Restaurant and Lounge once you arrived there?
Upon arriving, I noted the establishment did have a Metropolitan Police Department reimbursable detail officer stationed outside of the establishment. I also noted a flyer on the establishment's front door for an event held that night.
So if you saw that reimbursable detail officer, did you just leave the establishment after that?
No, sir.
What did you do?
I entered the establishment and approached the establishment security officer and requested to speak to an ABC manager or owner.
Were you able to speak with an ABC manager?
Yes, sir.
Who was the ABC manager that you spoke with?
I met with Miss Nunu Wan Woodson.
What did you speak with Miss Wan Woosen about?
I advised Miss Wan Woodson of the complaint, and I asked to see the establishment's summer garden.
Did she show you to the establishment's summer garden?
Yes, sir.
And what did you see once you got to the summer garden?
I saw approximately 67 patrons in the establishment summer garden.
You said you arrived at about 12:25 a.m. So about what time was it when you saw those 67 people in the summer garden?
I do not recall.
But was it after 12:25 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
Was it noteworthy to you in any way that there were 67 people in the summer garden after 12:25 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
Why was that?
The establishment's board order stated that it was supposed to close at 12:00 a.m. on weekend days.
Investigator, is it part of your job to draft case reports for the investigations you conduct?
Yes, sir.
Did you draft one for this case?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairperson, the district would like to just confirm for the record that the government's exhibit, the case report for Safari Restaurant and Lounge, is already in evidence pursuant to 23 DCMR section 1713.10.
Yes, sir. It's in evidence pursuant to the regulations, the statute.
May I have
Sure.
permission to share my screen?
Mr. Oriella, can you allow Mr. Chenchi to share his screen?
Access has been granted.
All right, investigator, I'm sharing my screen with the first page of a document. Investigator, do you recognize this document? Is this that case report we were just discussing?
Yes, it is.
And you wrote this case, did you write this case report?
Yes, I did.
Investigator, I'm directing your attention to Exhibit 9 within the case report. Or Exhibit 10, my apologies. Just the first page. Investigator, what is this exhibit within your case report?
This is an ABCA board order.
Is this an ABCA board order for this establishment?
Yes, sir, it is.
What is the order number?
That order number is 2021-084.
Investigator, to your knowledge, is order number 2021-084 an order that is still in effect for the establishment at the time of your investigation on March 2nd?
Yes, sir.
I am now directing your attention to page 9 of Exhibit 10. Investigator, under the heading order in this board order, what does the first term here say about the establishment summer garden?
States the summer garden shall cease operations at 11:00 p.m. during the week and midnight during the weekend.
Thank you, investigator. I'm going to stop sharing my screen. And I would just like the board to take administrative notice that March 2nd, 2024 was a Saturday.
So noted.
So investigator, did you speak with anyone from the establishment about the board order that limited the use of the summer garden to before midnight? I'm sorry, investigator, I didn't hear you.
Yes, sir, I did.
Who did you speak with?
Miss Nunu Wan Woodson.
What did Ms. Wan Woosen have to say about the board order?
She was aware that the summer garden was to close at 12:00 a.m.
After you had assessed the issue with the summer garden being open to anything else while you were at Safari?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chinchi, it has cut out a bit. Could you repeat yourself?
After you addressed the issue with the summer garden being open too late, did you do anything else while you were at Safari that morning?
Yes, sir.
So what did you do next?
I noted the establishment's capacity. I then went to the front of the establishment and asked a group of staff selling tickets, how many people were present inside of the establishment.
When you say you noted the establishment's capacity, what do you mean by that?
I'm sorry, how many patrons were currently in the establishment? It appeared to be crowded.
So you said you went to go speak with someone at the front. Who did you speak to?
I spoke to staff members that were selling tickets for the event.
And what did you ask these staff members?
How many patrons were present in the establishment?
Were they able to tell you how many patrons were present in the establishment?
Yes, sir. They had a clicker.
And how many people were in the establishment according to that clicker that they had?
215 patrons.
Were you able to tell if the clicker was counting the current number of patrons in Safari or the total that were there that evening?
I do not recall, sir.
Did you speak with, did any of the staff members advise you if the clicker counter was counting the current number of patrons or the total for that evening? Sorry, investigator, you need me to repeat my question?
I'm sorry, could you not hear me? I don't recall.
Based on your conversation with the staff members, did you understand there to be 215 people present at that time when you were speaking with them? Or was that?
Yes,
Okay. So investigator, were you able to review the ABC license for this establishment?
yes, sir, I was.
I am resharing my screen with the case report and directing you to Exhibit 7. Investigator, what is this document?
Safari Restaurant and Lounges ABC license.
Was this the license as it was in effect at the time of your investigation on March 2nd?
Yes, sir.
Investigator, according to the establishment's license, what is the maximum capacity for this establishment?
190 patrons.
And according to this license, what's the maximum capacity for the establishment's summer garden?
10 patrons.
Thank you, investigator. I'm going to stop sharing my screen. Investigator, did Safari Restaurant and Lounge exceed its licensed capacity within the establishment on March 2nd, 2024?
Yes, sir.
By how many people?
By 25 people.
Did Safari Restaurant and Lounge exceed their licensed capacity on its summer garden on March 2nd?
Yes, sir.
By how many people?
By 57 people.
An investigator, did Safari Restaurant and Lounge violate a board order on March 2nd, 2024?
Yes, sir.
How did they do that?
By operating beyond its board-approved hours for its summer garden.
Thank you very much, investigator. I have no further questions at this time.
Thank you. Mr. Teammate, do you have any questions of the witness?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Good morning, investigator, first team here, manager, owner. When you arrive at the establishment, I know you see the clicker, which was a total number establishing. Do you ask how many people were living through the night to the individual that you spoke with?
I'm sorry, would you mind repeating that question once more for me?
Yes, I know you saw the clicker that we used to count the total people entering our establishment, but do you ask any one of us how many people were in and out, they were left through the night?
Sorry, I asked how many people were present in the establishment.
Yes. But you didn't ask how many people left from that total number of the clicker.
No, sir.
Objection. Question assumes facts, not in evidence.
I'm going to overrule the objection. I mean, she answered the question. I'm going to overrule the objection. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir.
I think she
Okay.
answered the question, or did she not answer the question?
Appreciate that. The other thing is on the summer garden. I know you saw people because we use this summer garden for people to smoke, and we don't serve anything up in there because we don't want the people to congregate it in front of the building, which was an hazards and also a distraction to the neighborhood and to the next building. That's why we stopped.
Mr. Tima, you need to ask her a question. You can. It appears that you are.
Yes.
So you can do that during your presentation. This is
okay.
It's your opportunity to ask her specific questions, sir, about her testimony.
Okay. No further question, and thank you.
Any questions by any board members?
No.
Go ahead, Mr. Grant.
Good morning, everyone. Investigator Nelson, when you observed the area where there were approximately 60 plus individuals after 12 a.m., I'm sorry, did it appear that they were stationary or were they in transit back into the space? Did they appear to be settled into the garden, or was it any sort of gestures from staff to move them back inside?
They appear to be stationary. Until I spoke to Ms. Swan Wilson, who did assist with trying to move those patrons out of the summer garden, but was unsuccessful on her own.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you.
Ms. Nelson, how do you know how many people were in the establishment? Not the summer garden. The establishment. How do you know how many people were in this establishment?
As the staff member that was selling tickets and maintaining the clicker counter for the patrons inside of the establishment.
So the clicker counter says what?
215 patrons were present in the establishment.
So they're saying. So how do you know that's not? That's what I'm trying. How do you know that's not the total for the evening rather than the total for that period of time?
I asked the staff member how many patrons were present in the establishment, not how many tickets they were sold. They sold that night or.
Did you yourself attempt to count the patrons in the establishment?
Not for the entire establishment, since patrons were moving in and out the summer garden as well.
Okay. Any other questions by any other board members? Mr. Time, any questions of the witness based on the questions that were asked by the board?
Well, it's just a general question for the investigator, unless the investigator is, counting each customer was in the entire establishment, because
Mr. Time, you need to ask a question, sir. What you're doing now, you can do that when you present your case. So here you need to ask her a question. Frame what you're saying in a question format, sir.
do you, the Inspector Nelson, do you physically count the customers that was inside the establishment?
I can't hear you, Ms. Nelson. I don't know what's going on with your connection. So, repeat that. I don't know what's going on with the connection, but repeat the answer, please, ma'am.
Yes, Inspector Nelson,
Hold,
my
hold,
question.
hold, hold on, Mr. Teammate. No, I'm just, I didn't hear your answer, ma'am. That's what I was just, and I'm not sure if anyone else heard it. That's all.
No, sir, not throughout the establishment, but in the establishment summer garden, yes.
Do you have another question, sir?
No, no, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any redirect?
Yes, briefly. Investigator, just so I can make sure we're all clear about this. The conversation that you had with the staff member at the front of the establishment, what did you ask them?
Patrons were present inside of the establishment.
And when you asked the staff member how many patrons are inside of the establishment, what did the staff member do to respond to that question?
They showed me a clicker showing 215 patrons inside of the establishment.
Thank you, investigator.
Thank you.
No further questions.
All right. Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Nelson. Does the government have another witness?
The government does not have another witness and at this time rests.
All right. All right, Mr. Time, do you wish to make an opening statement, and do you wish to call any witnesses, sir?
I would like to make the statement. I don't have any witness to provide, and
All right. All right. So, can you raise your right hand, please, sir? I can't see it. I can't see your hand, sir. Are you raising your right hand? Your right hand? Mr. Time. Mr. Time, can you hear me?
Yes,
Can you raise your right hand, sir?
yes, I do.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do, sir.
All right, go ahead.
So it has been a nightmare for us. If the ABC record can show how many phone calls has been placed, it's just beyond numbers. Anytime the ABC inspectors are coming, of course, they are going to find something because it's obvious. No one is perfect. But on this particular night, the establishment have a private event. The private event, we will follow on all the procedures. We were using clickers to make sure we have ticket counts to make sure, and also we have a security officer and on DC officer, police officers on the establishment. But because the number we have is a little bit larger than the usual number we have, and we have to make sure that everything was in place. The summer garden, as a court order, it's closed at midnight and 11 o'clock. But because of the larger crowd, we use the summer garden for people to smoke cigarette. We don't provide any services at all the entire time. But because of the safety hazard on the street and because of the noise to the neighbors and all that, because we have a place in the back room which is completely secluded and face the back building of our building, we used it for smoking. So on this particular night, the summer garden was used only for people who were smoking. We were not providing any services at all. As far as the clicker count, the event was open at 8 a.m. People were in and out through the night. Yes, we have the total number of that, but it was not that many people we have in the establishment. Even though our establishment can hold is 190, is a sitting establishment. Our establishment can hold a lot, but on that night, we don't even have more than 150 people. Of course, the clicker showed that, but it doesn't show the in and outs and the people that who were leaving early. So what I'm trying to say here is because of all this, we cannot even operate the business. We hardly open it. We open it only 3 times a month because I can't take the pressure and the stress that provided by neighbors and by the inspectors coming. And we limited the operation to 3-4 times a month only. The inspectors can testify to this. They will come to provide us any letters or anything. They can't find us because we can't take it anymore. So I'm just asking the board, This is not fair for the ABC establishment that carry the license should be protected by the board, not to be harassed and not to be penalized because of the neighbors has been calling for this. So I'm just asking for your mercy until a solution I come up. But the solution I have right now is honestly, board members and Mr. Chair, I closed the place. I didn't open it at all. I open it only if I have an event. That's what I'm doing right now because I can't take it. It's affecting my health and it's affecting my livelihood. So I'm just telling overall, this is what's happening. This is the story of Safari Restaurant Online. It is sad because establishments like Safari that who cater and provide to minorities, to African heritage and to African diasporas, they cannot provide a service to the community from DC. So this is what I want to say. So I just want to the board to take through the judgment and to not penalize Safari DC for this incident. Appreciate that.
Does the government have any questions they want to ask?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Mr. Time, you're the owner for Safari Restaurant and Lounge.
Yes, sir.
You know what the terms of your ABC license are?
I do, sir.
You know what your license capacity is?
I do, sir.
It's for the Summer Garden.
Yes, but like I say, we were not using it to provide any service. The sitting chairs and tables we have are fixed. They are only for 10 people. But people who smoke cigarettes, you cannot have 50 or 60 people sitting on 10 sittings. So people were smoking cigarettes. I can't stop people from what they do on an open space.
Mr. Time,
Yes, sir.
do you know the capacity for your Summer Garden? Yes or no?
No.
Would you be surprised to
I
hear that
didn't.
it's 10 people?
Repeat that question, sir.
Would you be surprised to hear that your license capacity?
I know my capacity is I have a 10% sit down and it was not sit down. These people were standing up smoking their cigarettes, sir, because it's an open space.
Mr. Time,
Yes, sir.
written on your ABC license.
Yes, sir.
Do you know that on the ABC license, written under Summer Garden, it says total capacity 10?
Yes, I do.
So you said just now that you can't control what people are doing inside of your establishment. Is that right?
I didn't say that. They were using the space to smoke their cigarettes. They were standing up on the steps. They were standing up on the area to smoke their cigarettes.
You're saying that you can't stop them from doing that.
It's an open space, sir. In District of Columbia, you cannot smoke cigarette inside the establishment. So you have to go outside and smoke the cigarette. And that's the only open space they have at that moment to smoke their cigarette is that garden area.
Mr. Team, I bring you back to my question. You said just now that you couldn't control what they were doing when they were on your Summer Garden. Yes or no?
I didn't say I didn't control it. People were using it to smoke their cigarette. They were not sitting, getting service or anything on that particular area, sir.
Mr. Teammate, do you know what the board order says, 2021-084, that applies to Safari Restaurant and Lounge?
Yes, sir.
Do you know that it says that the Summer Garden shall cease operations at 11 p.m. during the week and midnight during the weekend?
Yes.
On March 2nd, 2024, after midnight, you didn't lock the doors that led out to the Summer Garden, did you?
No.
You didn't station a staff member in front of those doors to tell patrons that they couldn't go out there?
No.
You didn't have a staff member tell the patrons that were already out there that they had to come back inside after midnight?
No, like I say, we are using this particular area for people to smoke their cigarettes. And because of we have an event that exceeded more than 10 people, that's why you saw that many people smoking their cigarettes in that Summer Garden, sir. But we were not providing any service at the Summer Garden.
So you'd agree that there were more than 10 people outside smoking cigarettes in your summer garden?
I do.
You say that you weren't providing any other operations. Does your
No.
establishment have an outside bar in its summer garden?
No, sir.
Does your establishment have a place that sells food outside in your summer garden?
No, sir.
No further questions.
Mr. Time, the board order says that the summer garden have to be on weekends, have to be closed at 12 o'clock. What does that mean that has to be closed, cease operations at 12 o'clock? What does that mean to you, sir?
Not providing any services up there.
But does that mean that the summer garden can that your clientele can have access to the location?
The only, Mr. Chair, the only place that we have that people can smoke cigarette is that area. And it's open, it have open ashtrays and people go up there and smoke their cigarettes through the night. Because we're trying to minimize the crowd in the front of the establishment. But we don't provide any services at all. And people are out 3 minutes, 4 minutes to smoke their cigarette and go back in.
Do you know how many people were on the summer garden? Is it correct that there were at least 6 to 7 individuals on the summer garden after midnight?
I didn't count, I'm not sure.
Any other questions by any other board members? All right. Any recross?
No, Chairperson, thank you.
Do you rest, Mr. Time, or I'm going to give you one more opportunity to speak, but do you need to provide any clarification, or is that what you need to say? I'll give you an opportunity to make a closing statement once the government has made its closing statement. So you still have another opportunity, but I guess, excuse me, I'm stating at this juncture, is there anything else you want to say based on the questions that I asked you?
Yes, sir. I just want to say this clearly. The establishment, Safari DC and restaurant, were no purposely violating or breaking the law of the District of Columbia. As a matter of fact, we were just trying to help and minimize and the best we can by having people smoking in the back of our place, which is and also minimizing noises and traffic around the main street, Georgia Avenue. Besides that, Safari DC is very limited operating, like I say, less than 3 days, 4 days a month. Literally, we are hardly there, and we're not no way in breaking laws like was presented on a case. So I'm just asking the board and including the district attorney to be fair to this establishment who's suffering tremendously because of this situation, and this is the only thing I can ask. Thank you for the opportunity.
All right. Okay. Right. Does the government wish to make a closing statement?
Yes, Chairperson. Members of the board, this case has been about a licensed establishment that refuses to follow its license terms and the terms of a board order. Today, the district met its burden by proving by substantial evidence that the licensee exceeded its license capacity and operated its summer garden after hours permitted by Board Order 2021-084. Substantial evidence is not a high burden. It's not beyond a reasonable doubt. It's not even preponderance of the evidence. Substantial evidence just means that degree of relevant evidence which a reasonable person, considering the record as a whole, might accept as adequate to support a conclusion, even if other reasonable persons might disagree. The district has certainly met that burden today. And that's because of the testimony of Investigator Nelson and her case report have said it all for us. Investigator Nelson told you a pretty simple story. On March 2nd, 2024, she responds to a complaint at Safari Restaurant and Lounge. She gets there at about 12:30 in the morning. As soon as she arrives, she's been told there's a noise complaint. So she goes inside and speaks with Safari's ABC manager. She goes to the establishment Summer Garden and she sees 67 people there. Now, Investigator Nelson, she knows this establishment. She knows that the capacity for the Summer Garden is only 10 people. And she knows Board Order 2021-084 limits the use of the Summer Garden to before midnight on the weekends. So she tells the ABC manager to shut the Summer Garden down. And then she goes to the front of Safari and she speaks with a staff member to find out how many people are inside. That staff member, in response to being asked how many people are inside of the establishment, turns around a clicker counter that shows 215. The case report is in the record, members of the board. You can look right at it and see where Investigator Nelson has included a photograph of that clicker counter. That's Exhibit 9 within the case report. But we all also saw the ABC license for the establishment. The license capacity is 190. Now, Mr. Time, he made a lot of claims during his case today. But his claims are self-serving and they should not be credited. The first point he wanted to make is that, well, that clicker counter, it tracks the people for the total of the evening. It's not just the people that are present in the establishment right now. But Investigator Nelson told you that that clicker was only shown to her when she asked how many people were present. Logically follow the conversation, members of the board. If someone asks how many people are here right now, would your first response be to show them a total number for the entire evening? No. Because that number 215 was the number of people present. And as Investigator Nelson said, when she was having that conversation with the staff member, that is what she understood that number to be. But even going past that, we go to the Summer Garden. The Summer Garden, well, that's even more cut and dry. That license capacity is 10. Mr. Time said that they're approved for seating of 10. But members of the board, I want to show you the ABC license again. Summer Garden hours of operation, total capacity 10. Doesn't say that there's seating 10 and then a higher number for the rest of the Summer Garden. No, it's total capacity 10. Mr. Time agreed examination that there were more than 10 people out of that Summer Garden on March 2nd, 2024. But Mr. Time said that's all right, because all he does there is he lets the patrons smoke cigarettes. He doesn't carry out any operations there. But I asked him what operations that establishment even could have. Safari doesn't have an outdoor bar, doesn't have a pickup window for food. It doesn't have anything outside for operations in the way Mr. Time is saying it. So in his mind, the Summer Garden is never operating because there's never anything going on out there except having the patrons be outside. But that's the problem. We know what operating an establishment means. And included in operation is allowing the access of the patrons. Investigator Nelson told you there were 67 people out there, and it wasn't at 12:01, it wasn't at 12:05. 12:25, nearly a half hour after, under Board Order 2021-084, that summer garden is supposed to close. And now, board members, let's take a look at that board order. It says, the summer garden shall cease operations at 11 p.m. during the week and midnight during the weekend. There's no carve out in there. It's not that it shall cease operations, but it's all right to go out and smoke cigarettes. It's all right to go and sit on the chairs. The summer garden is operating by letting the patrons of the establishment go and utilize it. And as Mr. Time agreed, he didn't have anybody in front of that door stopping more patrons from going out. He didn't lock the doors to prevent patrons from going out. The establishment allowed continued operations of the summer garden in violation of this board order. Now, Mr. Time said towards the beginning of his statement, well, it's of course going to happen that when ABC inspectors come to an establishment, they're going to find something wrong because it's obvious. These are his own words. No one is perfect. But no one's asking Safari to be perfect. Members of the board, you know the work that advocate inspectors do. Regulatory inspections happen around this city on a regular basis, and plenty of them result in no finding of a violation. Mr. Time said that he can't and stress of running the establishment, and the facts today have exemplified that that is true. He can't keep the establishment under capacity. He can't keep his patrons stopping utilization of the summer garden. He can't follow this board's orders. We have no reason to doubt Investigator Nelson. The district has proven by more than substantial evidence that Safari Restaurant and Lounge exceeded its license capacity both inside the establishment and on its summer garden on March 2nd, 2024, and that it violated Board Order 2021-084. Mr. Time asked that the district and this board be fair to the establishment. That's exactly what we are asking as well. Be fair to this establishment. And when it violates the law, the terms of its license, and this board's own orders, be fair and apply the proper penalty, the maximum penalty allowed by law. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Time, what is it that you want the board to do, sir?
Pardon me, sir. Can you repeat that question?
What is it that you want as you see the government closed, so you have an opportunity to close and ask the board what it is that you want us to do?
Well, I said what I want to say. Honestly, the district is trying to represent their case, which is, like I say, the clicker at that moment was showing the total people entering into the establishment from opening to closing, and people were leaving through the night. And that's what I was saying, outside the summer garden. Like I say, if, like the attorney says, if it is 10 people maximum, there is no way 60 and 70 people can be in 10 people space. But this is what I'm trying to say, because there were people who smoking cigarette, but it was not that many people. And also there were people in the establishment, shows on the clicker, but they were living throughout the night. So that's what I'm trying to say. So the board will make the decision based on that. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you. All right, The record is now closed, and so let me do the our closing. All right. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 24 CMP 00022 Safari Restaurant and Lounge, pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2575B4A of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberating upon case number 24 CMP 00022 Safari Restaurant and Lounge for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2575B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. I'll now take a roll call vote on the motion before us now that it's been seconded. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed 3-0, I hereby give notice that ABC Board will recess its proceedings to hold a closed meeting pursuant to Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act. Thank you very much for your presentation this morning. The Board will issue a decision within 90 days. Have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. All right. The next case on our calendar is case number 24 CIT 00134, the Italian Bar, license number 119392. This case has been canceled. The board approved an offer in compromise on July 24th, 2024. See board order number 2024-523. We're now at the end of our morning calendar, and since we're now at the end of our morning calendar, let us now do the legal agenda medical cannabis. The only matter on our legal agenda medical cannabis is a review of the medical cannabis notice of fifth emergency and proposed rules. I make a motion that the board adopts these rules. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Now let us move to the our licensing agenda. The first matter on our licensing agenda is a review request for a temporary operating retail permit. This is for Beacon Hotel and Corporate Quarters, license number 129501. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 2, review application for safekeeping of license. This is for Duplex Diner, license number 097032. I make a motion that we approve this request through March 31st, 2025. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 3, review application for change of hours of operation only. This is for Marte Bar and Lounge, license number 125774. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. We now move to our supplemental licensing agenda. The first matter on our supplemental licensing agenda, review request for temporary operating retail permit. This is for Chicatana Fine Mexican Cuisine, license number 129515. I make a motion that we approve this agreement. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 2, review application for a stipulated license with letter of ANC support for a new ABC license. This is for AG Restaurant and Lounge, license number 128831. I make a motion that we approve this license request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. We now move to our cancellation agenda. The ABC board will be canceling the following license for the reason outlined below. There are two licensees on this agenda. I will read the names and then I'll make a motion that we cancel the license. The first license is Post Pub license number 000705. The licensee is out of business. And the second one is El Rincon, license number 060003. The licensee is out of business. I make a motion that ABC board cancels these two licenses. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. We now move to the board's temporary license and one-day substantial change docket. There are 12 applicants on this docket. I will review the name of the. I'll give the names, the type of license, the date of the event, the occupancy and the license number, and I will make a recommendation for each of the requests. And at the end of the list, I will ask the board to affirm the recommendations made by the chair. So the first request, a request from Michelle Gleaton for one-day license class F. This is for event for Gather DC. The event date is August 18th, 2024. It was previously approved for July 16th, 2024. The license number is 129291. 200 attendees for approval. The recommendation will be for approval. Number two, a request from Naomi Prince, PRINTZ, one-day license class F, jazz concert, August 10th. The license number is 129496. 600 attendees, 6 security guards. Number three, a request from Sharam Sundaran, a one-day license class F, birthday party, August 24th. The license number is 129525. 50 attendees, 5 security guards. Number four, a request from Amanda Richard, RICHARD, one-day license class G event, wedding, August 10th. The license number is 129487. 116 attendees, 3 security guards. Recommendation approval. Number five, a request from Christina Georgieva, a one-day license class G for wedding, August 31st. License number is 129507. 130 attendees, 3 security guards. Number six, a request from Jean Cornell, one-day license class G, wedding, August 3rd. License number is 129508. 140 attendees, 3 security guards. Recommendation approval. Number seven, a request from Lori Shoemaker, one-day license class G, wedding, August 31st. License number 129509. 80 attendees, 2 security guards. Approval. Number eight, a request from James Jack, one-day license class G, Caribbean Cocktail and Food Fest. This is August 2nd through August 4th. The license number is 129514. 89 attendees, 4 security guards. Number nine, a request from Illy DC, one-day substantial change, employee gathering, nature of the substantial change, youth license off premises in expanded area at the fire pit. License number, this is on September 12th. The license number is 118113. Substantial change license is 24SC00855. Number 10, a request from the Westin Washington, D.C. downtown, one-day substantial change reception. Nature of the substantial change, user license off premises at Tech World Plaza, which is adjacent to the establishment. This is August 7th. The license number is 085654. Substantial change license is 24SC00857. Approval. Number 11, Decanter, one-day substantial change for tasting event. The substantial change request is to allow customers to sample up to 25 wines, 1 ounce serving. This is on August 3rd. The license number is 090639. Substantial change license is 24 SC 00892. Approval. And number 12, it's Booth Villa, Lord of the Drinks, 1 day substantial change, DCY Invest, nature of substantial change, youth license off premises at Nationals Park as a participant in Wine Fest. This is for August 17th. The license number is 127165. The substantial change license is 24 SC 00922. Approval. I therefore make a motion that ABC Board approve the recommendations made by the chairs for all these licenses on the board's temporary license and 1 day substantial change for July 31st, 2024. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. We now move to the board's licensed administrative docket for Wednesday, July 31st, 2024. And on this docket, there are 19 applicants. And so without objection, I make a motion that ABC Board approves all the applications on the licensed administrative docket for Wednesday, July 31st, 2024. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson agrees. The matter passed 3-0. And we now are doing the last agenda item for today. This is the medical cannabis licensing agenda. There are 7 licensees on this agenda. I will review all 7, specifically state what type of license they are, and I will make a recommendation for each license. And at the end of the list, I will make a motion that the board adopts the recommendation made by the chair. So the first one is for conditional license and internet retailer application. Number 1, review of social equity application for conditional new license, retail license. This is for Wingfield Industries, Inc., license number 129439, approval. Number 2, review of standard application for conditional new retailer license. This is Green Grow, license number 129360, approval. We now are at the standard retail application, which is now number 3. Review of social equity application for new retail license with delivery, educational tasting, safe use treatment of facility, and summer garden endorsements. This is for Gasalox Backpack Boys, license number 128177. This is a denial because the application is missing the required document. Number 4, review of standard application for a new retail license with delivery endorsement. This is for Happy Life Dispensary, license number 129359. The recommendation is that we placard this matter. Number 5, review of social equity application for a new internet retail license. This is for Aurora Cannabis, license number 128022. This matter should be referred for fact-finding. Now, standard cultivation center and manufacture applications. Number 6, review of standard application for a new cultivation center, Tier 1 license. This is for Cultivate DC LLC, license number 126515. The recommendation that we placard this matter. Number 7, review of standard application for a new manufacturer Type 2 license. This is for Cultivated DC LLC, license number 126516. The recommendation is that this matter be placarded. I therefore make a motion that the ABC Board approve the recommendations of the chair on the medical cannabis licensing agenda for July 31st. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. We're now at the end of our agenda and calendar for the morning, and the board will now be in recess until our 1:30 hearing. Thank you very much. Have a great day. I now ask all board members to return to executive session, and we will come back to our public agenda at 1:30. So see you, the board members, in executive session. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on the record. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the afternoon session of the ABC Board. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairperson of the board. Joining me this afternoon are two other board members, Mr. James Short and Mr. Silas Grant. The board has 3 members in attendance this afternoon, and that constitutes a quorum. So let us now call our afternoon calendar. The first case on our afternoon calendar is case number 23-251-00024, Ocean Lounge, license number 114106. This case has been rescheduled to August 7th at 1:30 p.m. The next case on our calendar is a fact-finding hearing for case number 24-251-00025, Rose Bar Lounge, license number 77883. Good afternoon, Mr. Oriella. Can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Good afternoon, Makan Sharafkan. Your access has been elevated. Investigator Jarita Millington. Your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Mr. Sharafkan, is your client here this afternoon, sir?
My client had just talked to him and he was getting on the computer, so he should be on somewhere on the virtual.
What's the name of your client, sir?
Oscar should be Oscar Gordado. He should be joining us. And I can give you, I don't know. Oh, he just texted me. He's saying having trouble logging in.
What trouble is he having?
Don't know. I'm gonna find out. What trouble
Thank you.
are you having?
The information how to log in is in the chat.
Yeah, we have the email, and that's what I forwarded to him as well. Let me see if I'm looking for a second, I'm gonna mute and just call him.
That's fine, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So he's on, he can see us, but I don't know whether he can unmute himself, whether.
Mr. Oriella, are you able to unmute him and elevate? I see he's on. So is there anything that you need to do, or is it something that he needs to do?
You would need to check his microphone source by clicking the up arrow.
Oh, he's there. Can you unmute yourself? Okay, he's here. I think he needs to unmute himself. All right.
He's saying that when he clicks on unmute, it's not letting him unmute.
I would advise him to call in as well, and then we could have a video and call in option.
So call in, did you hear what they said? Call in, so that I'm gonna hang up, call in, and that way audio can come from that. All right, thank you, bye-bye.
No, he wasn't supposed. Oh, okay.
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, but what happened to your video?
About now?
I can hear you, but I can't see you. But I could see you before. So
Start
what did you
video.
do? I'm sorry.
I'm just can you guys see me now?
Yes, sir. I can hear and see you. All
Okay.
right.
Sorry about
Good
that.
afternoon. That's fine, sir. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
This is a fact-finding hearing, and I just want to set the stage for fact-finding hearing. A fact-finding hearing is just an informal procedure where the board is gathering information. An incident occurred, and the board decided that it's going to gather some information to determine whether or not there was an ABCA violation. Based on this fact-finding hearing, the board, these are the two options that are available to the board. The board could determine that based on what we find today that we're not going to take any further action, or the board could submit this matter to the Office of Attorney General for them to determine if they believe that that a violation of one of our regulations, and whether or not they will pursue a show cause hearing in this matter. Again, because it's a fact-finding hearing, the parties are it's informal. The parties will not be sworn in. At a fact-finding hearing, the board cannot order the party to take any specific action. The board could ask for certain actions to be taken. The licensee, however, has the chance or the opportunity to deny that ability, and the board cannot in any way look in disfavor because the licensee has declined to take an action that is being asked. So I just want to say the board cannot order the party to take any specific action at a fact-finding hearing. The board can only ask, and the licensee will have an opportunity to say yes or no, and we move forward. So how this hearing will operate, I will just give a brief synopsis of what occurred. I will ask the investigator to go through her case report. The board will have an opportunity to ask the investigator questions on her case report, and then the attorney will have questions to ask the investigator regarding the case report, and if and then the licensee can tell me how is it that what response, if any, they have had regarding this incident. Are there any questions prior to us starting? So let me start by having the parties introduce themselves for the record. I'll start with you, Mr. Sharif Khan. Please spell and state your name for the record and your representation, sir.
Sure. My name is Macon Sharafkan, and I'm the attorney for Rose Bar. The spelling is Makan. Last name is Shiraf. That's Frank. Kan as Nancy.
All right, thank you. And who is your client, sir? And is your client here today?
Yes,
Go ahead.
my name is Oscar Guardado. I'm the general manager at Rose Bar. My first name is Oscar. My last name is Guardado.
And Mr. Sharaf Khan, he's the general manager. I know you're the attorney representing, so that's no. I do not have a concern with your representation, but is this the appropriate person to bring to this hearing, sir?
He's also one of the officers that's on the license.
Yeah. Well, I think that that's something that's pertinent, sir, that should be put on the record. So why don't you state that on the record?
I'm
Mr.
also
Guardado?
the managing member of the Rose Bar Lounge.
Thank you for that representation, sir.
Okay.
Now I feel much better.
Okay.
All right. Ms. Millington, can you please spell and state your name for the record?
My name is Jarita Millington. First name Jerrita, last name Millington.
And what's your affiliation with this case, ma'am?
I am an investigator.
For ABCA, is that
For
correct?
ABCA, yes, ABCA investigator.
Thank you, ma'am. All right. On Sunday, April 21st, 2024, at approximately 1:45 a.m., investigator Jarita Millington determined that a suspect was arrested and charged with carrying a pistol without a license from an incident that took place inside of Rose Bar located at 1215 Connecticut Avenue Northwest. Specifically, two male patrons engaged in a verbal argument that led to one of the male patrons banishing an unlicensed pistol at another male patron. As a result, the suspect was arrested and charged with CPWL, which is carrying a pistol without a license. This determination was based on a review of the MPD PD 251 Repo 11, a review of the surveillance footage from the establishment, as well as interviews with Rose Bar's staff members and MPD reimbursable detail officer. And so the board thought that based on what we learned so far, that this is a serious incident in the sense that a weapon apparently was inside the establishment. I'm glad that the perpetrator was arrested, but we just need to get some further information. How is it that a weapon was able to be inside the establishment, and what mechanism it is that the licensee has in place or had in place to prevent a weapon to get inside the establishment, and what changes, if any, the licensee will take moving forward to ensure that this does not occur. So as I stated before, we're just investigating, trying to find out what happened, and as I stated before, at the end of the hearing, we will either say we'll take this matter under advisement or no further information, or we're gonna. I'm not sure. I think the recommendation probably is that we'll take this matter under advisement, and then we will determine later on what decision we'll make. But we'll just see. Okay, so Mr. Sharafkan, is there any representation you want to make before we start, or will you wait until you hear the case report? You tell me, sir.
I can wait until the case report is cited by the investigator if there's anything else that she likes to add, and then I'll address some of the updates and issues.
All right, thank you. All right, Miss Millington, tell me, where are you currently employed, ma'am?
Where am I currently employed?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, for ABCA.
And how long have you been employed at ABCA?
For about a year and a half now.
And what are your duties and responsibility, ma'am?
My duties and responsibilities are to conduct investigations and inspections for ABCA licensed establishments.
And are you familiar with the incident that occurred at Rose Bar on July 31st, 2024?
Yes.
And tell us, how did you become aware of this incident, ma'am?
Okay. On April 21st, 2024, at approximately 2 a.m., a hotline call came in from MPD regarding one suspect being arrested and then charged with CUPWL, carrying a pistol without a license, at the establishment Rose Bar, located at 1215 Connecticut Avenue Northwest.
Hold on a minute. Maybe I did something wrong. The incident occurred. I'm not sure. I want to make sure that I state when the incident occurred. The incident did occur on April 21st. Yeah. All right. Go ahead, ma'am. I apologize. So you're telling us. Just tell us how you became aware and what was the incident.
I became aware because the hotline call came in and my supervisor dispatched it to me to be assigned to the case.
And so, what was the call that came in?
The call came in for carrying a pistol without a license.
And so, tell me, what is it that you did?
So I responded to the location shortly after the call from my supervisor. When I arrived on scene, I was told there was a male suspect that had already been transported to be processed with no injury. My supervisor was already on scene. I then started my investigation. I reviewed surveillance footage from the establishment with my supervisor and the on-scene MPD Sergeant Alexander. Sergeant Alexander then introduced himself and debriefed me on the incident. He as well stated that all security members and the manager and the RDO officer were still on scene. He further explained that the incident did not take place. I'm sorry, that the incident did take place inside the establishment at around 1:30 a.m. when two males individuals engaged in verbal altercation, which became physical after the suspect pulled out a firearm. After speaking with the sergeant, I then introduced myself to the Rose Bar ABC manager Keith Harrington, 4 security staff members, and RDO Officer Dean. All security members stated that all patrons were searched and patted down at the front door and that all security checks were completed before leaving Officer Dean at the front door with other security members. I conducted all interviews with all parties and all stated that the security staff and ABC manager Keith Harrington were monitoring the patrons, and noticed a verbal altercation that had started in the reserved section of the establishment. And they were advised to stay in proximity of the area to better monitor the argument to de-escalate any situation, stating that there was one male individual with a green jacket that was not invited into the reserved section, who was also asked to leave the area by the group in that reserved section many times. They also mentioned that the individual then became aggressive with the other patron in the reserved section. The security members then stated that once they all noticed the uninvited male in the section again, they asked individuals to leave the area. Shortly after that, they asked the individual to exit the area. The security staff asked the member to exit the area. The verbal altercation then escalated, which resulted in individuals being separated. After the staff separated the individuals, the male patron in the green jacket pulled out the firearm, pointing it at the other patron. Once the firearm was revealed, ABC manager Keith Harrington stepped in immediately. He grabs the firearm and the suspect, and all security members then escorted the suspect out and requested for Officer Dean to assist in apprehending the suspect and recovering the firearm. Officer Dean then requested additional MPD units to assist. Mr. Harrington and Officer Dean both stated that due to the commotion of the incident, that there was an arrest and the firearm involved in the crime may have been passed along to another individual that was in the party, which resulted in one unknown involved suspect getting away and then one suspect being arrested on scene. And then after that, I ended up getting hard copies of the incident reports and the arrest report, surveillance footage, and I reviewed and confirmed with my on-scene interviews. And then now we're here.
Now, so tell us about what, as a result of investigation, and you're speaking to the security. Do you know how many security was present at the establishment?
There were 8.
And do you know what was going on? Was this a regular? What day of the week was this?
This was a Monday.
And do you know, was this a regular night, or there were any specific events occurring at the establishment that night?
This was a regular night, but they did have parties that reserved the sections inside of the establishment.
All right.
Party section.
So as a result of your investigation, tell us specifically what were the security measures that were taken at the door?
So they had the RDO officer at the front door as well as other members, security members at the front door. They did searches and pat downs. From my understanding, they normally do the meter, but they did not do it that night.
So do you know why this was not done that night?
From my understanding, it was broken.
Do you know were there any provisions? Does this establishment have a security plan?
Yes.
So are there any procedures? Do you know if it had a settlement agreement?
Yes, they do.
Now, are there any procedures in the security plan and or settlement agreement regarding the entrance to the procedures to be followed in entering the facility?
No, there wasn't. Their security plan was pretty loose. It seems that they were following their protocol with what happened that night through their security plan.
So what specifically, what is it? What were the protocol as per their security plan then?
Search downs, padding, pat downs, searching at pat downs.
So there's nothing in
Yeah.
there. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Is there? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I cut you off. You go ahead.
I'm sorry. Are there anything in the security plan or settlement agreement that talks about wanding?
Can you repeat the last part?
Is there anything in the security plan or settlement agreement that talks about the use of wanding? Wands.
Okay, wanding. Let me just double check. I don't recall on the top of my head, but I do have it in front of me, so I'm just gonna.
I guess in your report, let me ask you a question. In your report, did you talk about that in your report? Is there any?
No, I didn't because they did not violate their security plan.
All right. So, were you able to ascertain how this individual was able to enter the facility with a weapon?
So I'm assuming from what I gathered from talking to the interviews that I conducted, that possibly they was able to get the weapon inside of a woman's bag, maybe, as to how they were able to get it in, but it's not confirmed because they did say that they did the searches and the pat downs, and on camera you can tell that they did them as well.
But are they stating that they? So what procedures to search bags that enter the facility?
The procedures, they can't have bags over a certain size, and they do a hand search and they look inside.
So you're saying that they inspect, or do they inspect all, from what were you able to find? Did they inspect all bags? Because you're saying that they're saying that it appears that the weapon got in through a woman's bag.
I'm sorry, possibly a woman's bag. That was just one of the options that was thrown out there. They're not sure exactly if that's how it got into the club.
So, but how can it? So, are you saying that they do not search women's bags? Is that what's being stated?
No, I'm not saying that they don't search the women's bags, but I am saying that they through the idea of that possibly they used a female to bring the weapon inside of the establishment. So I'm not sure if she might have had it hidden somewhere or not, but that is what was given when I did interviews.
So is there a different procedure as a result of your interviews?
So they were all male security members on duty that night.
So do you know were there females in the establishment? Do you know whether or not there were females in the establishment that night?
Yes.
So do you know what specific procedures were followed for females to enter the facility that night?
From my understanding, it was through the searching of the pat downs.
So you have male security guards doing searches and pat downs of female patrons?
Yes.
You said you had video. What type of video do you have?
Video from inside where the altercation started and how it ended.
I mean, do you have any video of the suspect entering the licensee of the club?
So the way the cameras are set up, it's hard to determine the suspect entering into the establishment. So no, I don't have the footage of that, of him actually entering.
But how do you mean it's hard to deter? I've seen other cases where we can. I mean, I've seen other cases in the sense that we can review the camera, and we see the suspect comes in, and we'll see what type of security procedure that specific suspect follows to get inside the facility. So you're saying that it's not available?
No, I'm saying that the footage that was provided to me, I was not able to see the suspect enter the establishment from the footage that I received. But you do see him inside of the establishment.
But we're not able to ascertain how he got in. We have no camera footage of him getting inside the establishment. Is that correct?
That is correct. When I searched the camera footage, that I did not personally see him enter. No.
Now, I guess what I'm trying to find out is that I guess let me ask a question. When you ask for camera footage, specifically what did you ask for?
I asked for all the camera angles that the establishment had. So they provided front and they provided the inside as well.
And so did you ask them for camera footage to do we know what time the suspect entered the establishment?
No.
The reason I'm asking this question, I'm not trying to be hard on you. When we have cases like this, I have seen camera footage where we can trace the suspect who enters the building. We can see what type of search, whether or not the person was pat down or once or whatever. That's something I've seen that I'm trying to find out why is it that in this particular case. If you don't know, you don't know, and maybe the licensee can tell me why in this particular case we don't have that type of video, so I can see. I can see when someone gets in an establishment.
What I can say is that a lot of the front door footage, where the searches were conducted, they had a canopy over top. So it is hard to determine who exactly they are searching and who is coming into. Some of the angles you can see people coming into the establishment, and some of the angles, the shots that they have through the footage, you can't see exactly who is coming in.
But were you able to see what type of searches generally were done on individuals who comes in the establishment?
In some of the footage, yes, you can see that they were conducting pat downs, but the canopy is blocking a lot of the view. I'm sorry.
Now, do you have access to these videos so I can see?
Yes.
Generally, what are we seeing at the front? Mr. Oriella, if you could give her, Ms. Middleton, the opportunity to share her screen. I'm just curious. I want to see what the entrance looks like.
Access has been granted.
Thank you.
Is it showing?
No, ma'am.
No? Okay.
Do you see this? Okay.
Is it showing now?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. So tell us what we're looking at.
So right here, you're looking at MPD officers at the front, and this is the canopy that I was talking about, where how the entrance is, it's a line. I don't know if you can see, but there's feet and people in line. So it's cutting off the view, like a full view, to know exactly what is going on underneath of the canopy. And the canopy stayed up majority of the night. So as you can see, that one of the members, they're checking the person right there on the right-hand side. They go inside of the establishment. And it looks to be a female here being searched. She has red pants on and heels. He's searching her. She walks into the establishment.
I don't see searching.
And
how are you saying? I'm not being facetious.
Because I see the security member. He's reaching down and he's doing a pat down as he's touching on this female right here. He was touching her pants
So you
I
can't.
can I can rewind if you would like.
No, I guess what I'm saying is that, and why don't you please rewind? Because I guess, yeah, because I was looking at the video, and I'm trying to figure out how is it you're telling that there's a search because I can't see anything. I'm seeing legs. I'm not seeing the individual. So why don't you then you can just explain what is it that we're seeing and what is
Okay.
it that, yeah.
So here's two MPD officers conversing, and then on the right-hand side of the MPD officer that's underneath of the canopy, there's a security member there. And let me rewind. And this is a gentleman coming up, and he's searching him. He's gonna grab his pockets. He's in between his legs, his ankles. He lets him pass. And then there's a female. He reaches and he's attempting to search her, and then he lets her pass. And then there's another female that comes in after him. I'm sorry, after her. So this is, like I said, the front entrance. So the canopy is blocking, and then I have another angle where the door entrance is at, where people are able to come in.
I mean, people are able to come in.
I'm saying people are coming in through the entrance, so you're able to see that angle from a different
But
camera.
but this is after they've been through security.
Yes, coming into the entrance door. Yes.
So this is this is so the other view that you have, it's after they've passed through security. It's
Yes.
not, all right, that's not. I don't need to see that. Now, what other videos do you have? Just tell me what it is, and I'll let you know if I need to see it. So
Okay. So mainly, most of the videos that they sent quite a few. They were of like the video that I sent of the canopy blocking the view, the entrance of the door, and then the inside when the occurrence happened, and then after the occurrence happened.
So why don't you just show us a video of when the incident occurred?
This is one clip here. So this is the reserve section here. And most of the activity is going to happen on the bottom right-hand corner.
All right, so who's the person? There's a person in a bright. Well, there's one person in a bright, looks like a bright white shirt. Who's that person? Do you know who that person is?
Shirt.
There's one person who appears to have a spotlight on him. So that's what I was asking, because that's the only person that, if you know who, that's just I guess it's no one. That's no one special. Okay, go ahead.
So just soon he's gonna come up.
So tell us where the person is.
I might have to fast forward for a second.
Yeah, you probably go to 139.
139. Okay, thank you.
It's sure, I'll give you the exact time. It's yep, at 1:40:01. So go to 139 and some digits. That's where it's the everything.
Right.
I don't see the time, just on the right corner would be the time. Do you see the timing?
I don't see the time. I mean,
That was Mr. Sharafkin in the background giving directions.
sorry, I might need to look at my report so I can see the timestamp. 4:35 a.m.
I have it on my screen, 1:39:47. We'll get
Okay.
you
1:30.
9:47. 1:39. A little bit further. That's good.
Okay.
See bottom right corner.
You see, okay, thank you.
Sure.
So you see the individuals are seeming to get in an upset argument over something, possibly being in a section at the
I
upstairs.
mean, can you put your cursor on? I don't know where to look.
Right here in this area right here.
Okay.
He has a hat on, he has a hoodie, and he's the other person that he's arguing with, they're not in the shot right now, but they will be soon.
Okay.
That's security.
Hold up, Mr. Sharafin. You'll get an opportunity. So who is security? How do we know who's the security in the picture?
Security is right here, and then over here as well.
I mean, are they identified as security, or we're just saying they're random
He
people?
has a shirt. He has a shirt on.
That says security. Are you saying the security guard is wearing a shirt that says security?
Yeah. Yes, he's
right.
out of the angle. So the other gentleman, I'm trying to calm him down. His hat comes off. This person right here, where my cursor is at.
Is that the person with the gun?
Yeah, this is the person they arrested.
Which person is that? I'm sorry.
This guy right here, as he pulled the gun out right there. They grabbed this security with the dreads, with the black cover over his head, and then the other security members grabbed them as well, and they're walking him out.
With the gun in his hand?
Yes, they were able to get the gun from him. The ABC manager joined in to help.
Okay. All right. All right. The other videos you have, what are they about?
They're of the front door. And like I said, the after effects of what happened. And here is one of the angles of the front door that I was speaking on. See how the canopy is over top, and then the door entrance is right there.
But this is after the person have already gone through security, so they would have gone through whatever searches that were supposed to have gone. The camera is it. I guess what I'm asking. So the camera would be the after effect. It wouldn't be. It's not showing us exactly what type of security procedures that the individual experienced. Is that correct?
Correct. I just wanted to show you the angle.
All right.
And that's it.
Okay.
There's no other footage.
All right. Thank you. So, as a result of your investigation, did you determine whether or not there were any ABCA violations?
I could not find any other than the fact that possibly he was not searched fully to why the weapon was able to get inside of the establishment. And that is why I decided to present it to the board.
But I guess as far as their security plan or settlement agreement is concerned, you didn't see any violation of their security plan or settlement agreement.
No.
Let me see. Hold on. Let me see if I have any other questions. I guess let me ask you a question. As a result of your investigation, in your view, what could the establishment have done better?
They could have did better pat downs, as well as having their wand available to better search. I feel like they did act very swiftly on apprehending the suspect and contacting MPD, the RDO officer that they had on scene, and everybody working together.
Now, have you had any conversations with the establishment to say what steps are being put in place to ensure that an event like this does not occur again?
No, I have not talked to them yet.
If, say, for example, have you had any conversation with the establishment regarding re-entry procedures? If a patron leaves, say if they were to leave to go outside to smoke, and if they want to re-enter the property, have you had any conversations with them regarding what procedures are followed?
Through their settlement agreement, they're supposed to have wristbands.
So, as per, I'm just saying, do they have to go back through the same security? Do you know whether or not they have to go back through the same security procedures, or can they just walk in without going back through security? Do you know?
That I'm not sure.
All right. Okay. All right. Any questions by the board members? Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Ms. Mellington, Investigator Mellington.
You know,
So, do you think having a gun inside of a ABC establishment, there's no violation to that? Is there any violation to that?
yes,
Did you cite any violation for that?
yes, I did. Let me pull mine. I violated them for the misuse of their license for for having the firearm, getting into the establishment.
Okay, so exactly what was that charge? Read it for the record, please.
The charge was DC Code 25823, revocation and suspension of violations of this title or misuse of the licensed premises.
Okay. Now, the camera angles that you presented to the board today, were you satisfied with them, or?
I wasn't satisfied because I feel like the canopy was blocking a lot of the bones of the searching, so I was not quite satisfied.
Did you make that clear in your report?
I cannot recall. I'm sorry. Did I?
Well, let me rephrase that. Do you think you should have reported that in your report,
Yes.
and you did not?
I'm sorry. Okay. No, I did not put that in my report.
Can I ask you why?
I think at the time when I did the report, I did not realize to put that in the report that the canopy was blocking the angles.
Yes. That's the question I have for you.
What's the question, Mr. Short?
The question is, did she place in her report the fact that the awnings were impeding her view of the camera of the security procedures? Is that a question? Yes. I'm questioning whether or not she placed that in a report, that the angles that she has from the cameras was insufficient.
Well, that's a decision for the board. We're gonna consider that. And I think she stated that she did not put that in her report.
Okay. Well, again, on the second floor where you showed where the incident occurred, did it look like it was crowded from looking at the footage to you?
You said overcrowded?
Was it crowded? Was it crowded?
No, it didn't seem to be crowded, no.
Did you check and see what the occupancy was on that second floor?
Yes.
What was the occupancy supposed to be?
Let me check my. The occupancy low is 308
Is that for the whole building or for that floor?
for the whole building. They only have the second floor and they have the rooftop.
Was anyone on the rooftop, do you know?
No, nobody was on the rooftop.
So is it possible all 300 people were in that one area rather
No.
than, it's not possible?
No, it's not possible. It was less than 300 people.
Okay. Did you check that counter or how did you come to that conclusion?
When I reviewed the footage.
What is the occupancy is 300 for the whole building, correct? For all of the
308.
space.
Yes, 308.
How many on the rooftop?
That I don't have the information in front of me.
Do you think that would have been helpful for this report?
Yes, possibly. Yes.
Okay. Now, we saw them taking a person out, security. How many of those security persons were identified by security on their jacket or some way that people would know their security?
If I'm not mistaken, all of them.
All of them had security on their jackets?
Yes, they were identified. They identifiable.
Now, one person was taken out and the gun was taken from that person, correct?
Yes.
Why were there two people? Well, I guess we heard in your report, I heard in your report, there were one person was arrested and one person got away. Explain that because I'm really not understanding that.
So from my understanding from what the Officer Dean explained and the other security members is that when they apprehended the suspect that was on camera, there was a tussle and some kind of way, possibly the weapon was given to another person. So that person was able to get away. That is what was said.
Okay, but the footage showed clearly that the security had this person with the gun and they had the gun and they, as you were narrating, I thought you said they had the gun and took it from him.
Yes.
So how did the gun get from security to another person?
So I'm assuming before the altercation happened, the weapon was given to another person. So when they got on that individual, a lot of the crowd told them, no, that is the wrong individual. So that is why the statement was given when I did my interviews.
Okay, so if I'm hearing you correctly, someone else brandished the gun first.
Yes.
He then handed the gun off to the person who security took out.
Yes.
Was that person identified in any way, the person who actually had the gun that caused the ruckus in the first place?
No, they were only able to identify the suspect that they arrested.
And again, what was the charge of the person that they arrested?
CPWL.
Okay. Thank you very much for your testimony, Investigator Melton. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Any other questions by any other board members?
I have a question.
Yes, go ahead,
Uh,
Mr. Grant.
Good afternoon, Inspector Millikenson. How are you?
How you doing?
Good. I know that there's some limitations with respect to tracking based on camera footage, but do you have an understanding of the earliest point in the night where the suspect was identified on camera?
The earliest point in the night would be around the 1:30 mark on camera inside of the establishment.
Okay, when you say 1:30, you mean 1:30 a.m. or 1:30
Yes.
in the
AM.
Got you. And the incident occurred at what time again?
Around 1:30 a.m. is when the incident started.
Okay, so there's no footage of the suspect prior to that 1:30 period.
No, just in the reserved area.
Okay. And I'm asking the next question for my clarification. I recall, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I recall you talking a bit about the handgun potentially being handed off prior to that incident, but there are no leads on who else had possession of it prior to that.
Exactly.
Okay. No further questions.
Thank you. Do you have any question? Mr. Shrefkin, do you have any questions for the investigator?
Don't have any questions. When I do the explanation, while she's here, if I misspeak, I ask her to correct me because I think there needs to be some clarification as to the chain of events. And with her assistant, if I misspeak, I want her to correct me if I'm wrong.
All right. Okay, that's fine. That's basically where we are, at least from the board's perspective. So can you, from your client's perspective, maybe you can put this in context, sir.
Sure.
Why are we here?
Sure. So first of all, I want to explain, I'll go to the end of the game, not the beginning of the search, but as far as the incident itself, there are some things that need to be clarified. As far as the cameras, the investigator has done what she can, but you can correct me if I'm wrong, investigator. There's a lot of cameras, a lot of hours provided. This wasn't that she was provided with 4 cameras and 4 footages and there we are. Because when they send the links, I mean, there was, I think just on one link, there was 50 and there was 4 links. So that's about probably 200 links of cameras that were provided. I want to make sure everybody's clear that this wasn't a situation of we're only going to show you what we want to show you. They provided everything. Am I correct with that so far?
Correct.
All right. Now, when we look at the footage that everyone looked at with this incident and how the gun was handed off, to be clear, I want to make sure maybe I misunderstood what was being said. This is not a situation where a gun is used and then reused or handed off. The chain of events are as follows. 1:35 to 1:40, about 4 minutes, is where security starts getting notification from the table in the corner that, you know, there's somebody here, they try to come early, but we don't know if we want them here. So then the security manager puts 2-3 people in that area, and how they're identified is they have the shirt and it even says Rose Bar logo that they have on their shirts. And as soon as you see at 1:40:01, 1 p.m., well, I'm sorry, 1 a.m., 40 minutes, 01 seconds, is the first push on the bottom right corner where the gentleman with the cap and the jacket gets into this person who had the table. At 1:40:03, 2 seconds, there are security guards. The gentleman with the dreadlock, who's the ABC manager, and 2 other are right behind him who have the shirt, black shirt, Rose Bar security, and another one who was already standing by the table. At 1:40:05, they're holding the aggressor. So this is within 4 seconds. We have 3 to 4 securities there. They're holding him down. At 1:40:12, there are 3 securities surrounding this individual and talking to him. Now, going to the security plan, it has, and on page 8 is what was referred on the report, EEE. Explain, eject. Basically, the idea is talk to them, calm them down, try to talk to them, and if it doesn't work, then you try to eject them. At 1:40:34 is when they're still talking to this individual. This is 20 seconds later. At 1:41:06 is when he then points out this later to be identified as a firearm, but he pulls out this weapon, so-called. At 1:41:07, that is 1 second, as soon as he pulls it out, within 1 second, they hold it, they bring him down, and at this point, there is no more talking. You saw, we are taking him out, there is no more talking. Now, the switch of the gun and this handoff happens there on the way out. That's where it happens. The person with the cap had the gun, points it out, security pulls it down, and they're trying to get him out. At that point, his entourage and everybody else is walking out. Apparently what he does is he is still holding on to this gun, and he passes to the person next to him as the whole group is being pointed out. As soon as this happens, the focus of the alert, the danger, shifts from the individual with the cap to the individual who now has the gun. And that's when they hold him, capture the gun, MPD comes, and that's the individual who initially does get charged with possession of this firearm because he was possessing at the time. And to let you know, and if you check with the MPD, they'll tell you, the other individual did get charged. He just didn't get charged at the time. Because of the videos and investigation that this licensee did, they actually captured the guy with the hat, I think a day or so later, and he was also apprehended, just so everyone knows. But the switch off of this handgun was basically from the guy with the cap, as everybody's being escorted out, handing it to the next person, which security didn't lose it. They kept up with where that gun was, and immediately they apprehended the person with the gun. And frankly, I think it was the right call, where the gun is the key danger right now, not getting the identification of the guy in the cap. We need to get whoever has the gun, we need to get it. So I wanted to make sure we're clear on what was shown on the video and the timeline, so that when you go back and you look at it, you can see. With regards to the procedure now for entrance and searches, the settlement agreement doesn't have anything, as I was mentioned. The security plan also does not have any requirement of pat down or searches or wants. It's not a required thing, but they do it. And I'll get to in a second, they're going to do even more of it because of this incident. But going by the letter of the security plan, they want to pat people down. They want to make sure everyone's safe. But it was never a requirement of them to do it in a specific way or manner. Now, on the night, yes, individuals were being patted. I think everyone can agree that they were being pat down. As far as clarification of females, if they're in a dress, there's really almost no reason to pat down somebody in a dress, because it can only also get so intrusive of a person who's coming to a place that they're coming to have fun or, have a good time, right? Look, there is one bad apple. I get it. And one bad apple could cause a whole lot of things. But we can't search, all into private areas of everyone that walks into a place, or otherwise just no one would go out to any place. Yes, you want to go to a safe place, but you also don't want to be cavity search going into a place. So with females, what they do is they do a pat down if somebody's wearing something that we think, okay, they could be hiding something. If they have a dress, no. Purses, if it's a small clutch makeup purse, you really can't hide. And I straight that, because sure, you can hide a razor inside of a bra, but at some point we have to draw the reasonableness of how much intrusion we can have on these people. So if it's a big bag, they do search it. Now, on the night of, the wand was out and it was broken, and that is absolutely correct. It's not required, but they do it. It was broken. In remedy of that, I'll tell you right now, they usually have 2 to 3 wands. They have now purchased 6 wands because they want to make sure they use 3, and they have 3 brand new just on backup, so that we don't ever have to deal with a wand going bad, battery, whatever, inoperable. All right. With regards to the camera, this awning obviously this wasn't something that the awning comes up when they're expecting rain, because that's on the outside on the sidewalk. And the idea is if there is rain, if there's something that's going to come, when then they put that up to cover it. Now, in hindsight of this incident, they actually have added another camera under the awning so that if they don't have the awning, both cameras are covering it. If they do have the awning, still the new camera will cover everyone coming inside the place. All right. The other thing, with regards to taking more measures at the door, because look, bottom line is, truth is, sure, this incident did happen. No one's denying it. As to how the gun came into the place, I think the investigator would agree with me, we're all speculating. But from that speculation, we're trying to be educated and do better. We don't know if in fact it was a female who put it in a purse, or if it was a guy in a baggy pants who, excuse my language, put it in his crotch and brought it. Again, there's only so much intrusion we can give. Now, what we have done is this. We have retrained and refocused this whole training at the front door with pat down to make sure nobody's getting comfortable and just going easy on it. Number two, the wands I mentioned. Number three, we purchased one, but it was not good, so we're getting another one from a group called Metal Defenders, where basically it's a parameter gun detector or metal detector, basically. Like you walk like in an airport, right? You walk in there. Do I think all the measures in the world are going to prevent anything from ever happening? No, but the idea is deterrence. The idea is if you're outside on the sidewalk and you're coming to the line to enter the establishment, the more things you see that makes you go, maybe this is not the place I want to take my gun inside or want my weapon inside. That's just the deterrence. If they put it in a car, they leave it, just give them the deterrence. So that's also another thing that's being purchased. It's a mobile metal detector that can go outside. Further, we have ordered these signs that go on the outside that says all patrons attending the establishment are subject to search. Once again, another layer of deterrence to make someone think twice. And I'll mention this, that when we look at what was done and what could be done, there's also a foreseeability issue. We have to look at when things happen, you learn from it. This establishment has been around since 2012. Prior to that was Kern in 08 and Sushi in 03. So this is not, I'm looking at the investigative report, and this is not something that they take lightly. And it wasn't something that was foreseeable of, well, it's happened before. Now that it's happened, thank God the reaction was fast. So those are what's being done given what has happened. There was no other violations found. They were very cooperative with ABRA and MPD, which caused the apprehension of the individual and further later, the other person. All camera footage were turned in. So when looking at an establishment using their place for an unlawful purpose, as the board knows, the rumor case before 2015 used to be the law, where there was a pattern of operators basically not caring and saying, go ahead, just do what you got to do. In 2015, they changed the law and it became, well, single incident is still enough for this. However, it has to be something that's a violation of your security plan. It has to be something that you should have known, could have known, better have known, and you didn't. This incident is not one. I understand the concern of the board, the owners, myself, everyone is concerned when something like this happens, but I assure you the measures that was taken based on what was known was reasonable. The measures that was taken in reaction to what happened was absolutely on point and reasonable. And the measures that are being taken now to deter future incidents such as this, we find it to be reasonable. But we're also open to any suggestion that the board has beyond what we have determined. Today, I'll tell you this, in the hearing that we just had, I actually just came up with another idea that was basically to assign a female person at all times to the front door to check, so that we have both, so that if a female does come and she says, don't touch me, well, there's a female there as well. This is all learning for us as well. no matter how many years we do it. If there are things that the board sees fit that we should incorporate, we're more than welcome to do so. That's all I have.
All right, Mr. Shrafkin. I mean, thank you for your representation. But how did this weapon get inside the? It is foreseeable. We live in, this is 2024. We live in Washington, D.C., and I'm not going to say necessarily live in Washington, D.C. We live in a large city. We are aware that individuals go to have an enjoyable time, and they take a weapon with them. That is foreseeable. We know that. That is the reality that we have now. So I'm not going to buy that you're going to say it's not foreseeable. It is foreseeable because this is the reality. Is this a nightclub, sir? And I believe all the operators, they are aware of what is going on in DC. This is not the first case that I've had where a weapon got inside an establishment, that someone pulled a weapon inside of the establishment and a dance floor. So this is not the first. This is not my first rodeo. This is something that happens. So my concern: how did this weapon get in? I mean, I'm troubled that no one can figure out how did a weapon get inside the establishment. And I mean, yes, we have to. I am somewhat troubled in a sense of when you're saying searching of either males or females that it might be intrusive, but for your own protection, measures need to be in place to ensure that if myself or the general public comes to your facility, we feel safe because we will I will know that someone is not going to bring a weapon in this facility. So I'm baffled that no one can figure out how is it that a weapon got into this facility. Because if you're saying that, are you saying then that a female might bring it in? And so if a female brought it in, did she bring it in her pocketbook? Or you said, I mean, if you don't want to be too intrusive with women because if depending how she's dressed. So tell me, I mean, does this establishment routinely search bags that comes in this establishment? So how could a weapon get in this establishment?
First off, I want to be clear. When I say foreseeable, I'm talking about an incident of the individual. I mean, foreseeability, I ran the data and you could double check it. BCA had 39 in 2003 guns enter into the airport. And they do airport, right? BWI 42 and IAD 24. That's just in 2023. And that's the airport. My point is not that guns don't get into places, right? Guns do. We are aware of it. But it's the question of, A, what happened? Have we had this happen to us? And B, what can be, how did it get there? We don't know. And I understand the frustration of how. It has to be based on, we know, what we know is that people come through the front door, right? There's no, they don't come through the rooftop, they don't come through the back door, there's no some alleyway. Everybody comes through the front. So could I swear to you that we have located this is exactly how it came from the kitchen guy that works in the kitchen? No, because we don't have any reason to believe that happened. So we have to go with the logic, just like the investigator said, she believes it came from that because she's saying process of elimination.
No. She said that she was told. Now she didn't say that. Maybe I heard wrong, but she said I was told that they believe that a female might have brought it in her pocketbook. So she didn't say she didn't say that. At least I didn't hear that. If I'm wrong, please someone correct me on the record.
So then let me ask the investigator, is that something by a specific person? Because I didn't see a report that somebody said this was investigated and this is what we found. Is this a speculation of what we think because the guys were getting patted, so we think this is what happened? What do you think?
That was a speculation that was told to me when I did interviews.
By staff from the establishment.
Yes, and the RDO officer.
Okay.
Okay. An RDO officer is MPD, is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
So I'm assuming that's an MPD saying, based on our investigation, this is what we are speculating the reason being. And I asked the
And I'm
investigator,
sorry, sir. And they're speculating because clearly there was some, at least then it would appear that for a female patron that enters your establishment, that proper searches, warrants, or security procedures are not utilized for females who enter the establishment. That's what that says, sir. If you're going to speculate to say potential a female does that, so what you're saying is that we pat down the males, we go into their private parts to make sure that they don't have any weapons, but for any female who comes in the establishment, we just let them in.
no,
They're
that's
not
not
going to
what I'm
have
saying.
well,
No, Mr. Chair, even intrusive on the male part, I was saying that there is, and if you tell me reasonably, I should, and I'm sorry there's a female here, but if I have a man standing with baggy pants and I'm searching them and I'm patting them down, am I supposed to go into their groin area? Am I supposed to touch that and say, oh, that's not a gun? I mean, you know what I mean? There's a
I
line.
I I sit here from the ABC board. I'm not a security expert, sir. I
I understand.
don't know. I can't tell you what to do. You're the one who's liable. Your establishment is the one who will face the liability either from the board
Right?
or from a lawsuit that someone gets injured in your establishment. So yes, we can set some basic guidelines. However, but as the licensee, there's a higher standard in the sense that they have to protect their invitees.
I totally understand that. You sit as a fact finder of reason, right? That's your role. You sit as where you find what is reasonable to be done by licensee, who's a business, and by protection of the community. You sit as the judge to determine where the scale falls. And that's all I'm asking. I'm not saying that the women just walking and clearly they were being pat down. The bags are being searched. Is the smaller bags weren't being searched because there was no belief that this in a small bag something would fit. In hindsight of this, they're like, well, search everything, search every bag, search every individual, pat it down more. People complain, but pat it down more. That's what I mean. That if there was a reasonable line of everyone gets patted down, all bags except small bags are being searched, and 10, 12, 13 years, this hasn't happened. Oh, whoa, maybe our standard is not enough because it happened. Now, can we point our finger and say, this is exactly what it was? That would be easy because that would be, well, this was the cause, this is the solution, let's go home. But it's actually more challenging when you can't put your finger on it. So then what you do is, or what we do is say, well, we need to protect the entire parameter of anyone being able to come in here, because on our watch, this happened. And that's what I mean by taking more measures. By no means am I belittling this. By no means am I saying that what they did was enough because the security agreement didn't say it. I'm just saying this wasn't a reckless or wanton standard of, well, they're just running a charade over there. What kind of operation are they running? They were doing what standard would be. Many places don't pat down. And if there is a gun found, then it's, well, hold up, what do we do? We're trying to amp up the front, and I assure you that. But as far as what they did was, do we say that it was unreasonable given the history of it? And that's what I was talking about, foreseeability. I agree with you, Mr. Chairman. Guns are guns, and they're allowed. And now, for years now, DC has them too. I get that. We understand that. But it's the foreseeability of, is our standard bulletproof? I guess that's a wrong one to use here. But is our standard foolproof enough that protects everything from coming in? And now this has happened. So, okay, hold up. We need to step back and we need to look at all angles. I mean, I even had a discussion with my client about staff. I said, do you know if a staff runs? And they're like, man, we've never had a reason to believe any staff would bring a weapon to then give it to somebody to then stop him. I'm thinking about every angle of it. And that's what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to get extra paranoid because extra paranoia brings safety.
Now, let me ask a question, and maybe you can let me know what changes that that have been instituted since. You stated that when is the awning used? Is that used every night, or when is it used?
The awning is usually used if they expect rain is going to come because people are standing outside. And what we don't want to do is bring them into the interior door, which then speeds up, I'm getting wet, speed up the search process. So the awning actually creates a buffer between the entrance to enter the establishment and outside. And it helps the area. Let me rephrase that. The area is used for that. The awning is used so if it's rainy, if the weather is calling for something of rain, we don't have a situation where people are trying to rush inside. Now everybody's rushing. The intoxicated is getting in, the guy with the weapon is getting in, whatever it is. So the awning creates sort of a buffer area for that reason. And now there's a camera under it. So whether the awning is up or it's not up, everything's being captured.
So specifically, what is it that this camera is capturing when the awning is up?
Why is it that it's not captured?
No, I said specifically, what is it, whenever the awning is up, what is it that the camera now, this new camera, is going to capture?
What is not captured? Because we
What
learned
is
from
it?
this.
No, I'm saying, what is it that this new camera will capture?
It will capture everyone that is inside that line, being checked for the IDs, being searched, everything that was done that you saw on that video that you couldn't see the rest of it. You saw people's feet, right? Now you see the full people coming in and getting pat down, getting searched, getting checked with ID, whatever the filtration it is to enter an establishment.
All right, now,
I'm sorry to cut you, but which I will say, if the awning wasn't there, the initial camera would have captured all that. We just learned from this incident that, oh man, this is now, because we're trying to go backwards and come to the front door, now this is added. That's all, sorry.
All right, so how old is your security plan?
So that's an interesting question because the security plan that is on file is, or at least that was submitted here, is 2013. That's the security plan that is on file. And my recollection, and I checked in and it said there's no record of it, so I would have to go check back. 2017 was an updated, which for purposes of this hearing, everything was pretty much the same as far as dealing with this case. But 2017 was also another one that was submitted. However, 2013 is, they're mostly the same for substance. They're pretty much the same. 2013, I think, is more strict actually than in 2017.
All right, so let me ask you a question. So what are the changes that your client has instituted as a result of this incident?
Retrain the front with regards to pat downs. Wands have been ordered and backup wands have been ordered, so we don't have this wand issue again. Metal detector, a mobile metal detector, that's like a square, that has been it was ordered, it came, but then it was not picking up anything. So now another one with another company's, which is costing about $3,000, is coming. But that's what's going to be installed at the front door. A framed metal detector. There's going to be signs posted on the wall that lets people know when you're here, you're subject to be searched. And I'm going to go on a limb and add this one because I'm going to let them know as well, that to have a female searcher at all times. Of course, the camera, as I said, which really that didn't have anything to do with the search per se, but in retrieval or investigation of what happened, we've learned that we need to, if we're going to have an awning up, you need to put another camera down there. And we do not have a problem with updating and incorporating what I've mentioned into the security plan and submitting it to the board so that sort of like a contract that they are now hooked on this basically being the new standard.
All right, so well, since you volunteered and you did not give me a chance to ask, then so you volunteered that. Are you able to provide this within the next 30 days?
Yes.
So, so you're agreeing to provide to the board an updated security plan within the next 30 days, and the updated security plan will address wand-in, pat-downs, the entrance procedure, meaning that talking about wand-in and pat-downs, this mobile metal detector, that there's signs will be posted to inform all folks that they're subject to search, that a female security guard will be available at all times to search female patrons. And I think that's basically that's what you just laid out.
One more. I'm going to add one more, Mr. Chairman.
What is that, sir?
You mentioned we're going to put the sign up front. I'm also going to have client post that on their site, on the website. So if somebody is booking a table, if somebody's planning to come to the place, they go on the website, they'll see somewhere in there that says all patrons coming in here are subject to be searched.
All right, so we have agreed that an updated security agreement plan will be provided to the agency within 30 days from this date, and I'm coming to you, Mr. Short. An updated security plan will be provided to the agents within 30 days. An updated legally compliant security plans will be provided to the agency, and some of these specific provisions that were just that was just mentioned, that they will be a part of the updated security plan. Okay.
Yes.
So, all right. So I know that the law requires that there are some basic guidelines that needs to be in the security plan, but these are some additions that will be added to the security plan. All right. Okay. Yes, Mr. Short.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You can put your hand down, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Attorney Shirakin. Nice to see you again. Not under these circumstances, however, but at any rate, I would like to ask if it would be in your best interest, maybe, and your clients' best interest, maybe have some retraining for the security. And also, there was testimony that the security have a logo printed on them with the name of the bar, Rose Bar, instead of security on it. I would think that security should be well marked and that training by a qualified trainer, if it's necessary, to help them out with the updated search procedures that a lot of places are using now, because the District of Columbia, I know, registers a lot of security guards. I don't know if you want to go that far, but at any rate, the training I think would help out a lot of the security or retraining. And also, would you mind if we have an investigator come in and check the camera angles? Apparently, you had a lot of cameras, but from what we were seeing, or what we saw today, and now we understand that not all the angles were given to us by the investigator. But I would think that maybe we need to check and see if there are any blind spots or any spots that could be covered better. And I like the idea you're going to have 6 wands. That sounds great, because we've had a lot of people come before us, a lot of businesses come before us lately where they have a wand, but the wand's been broken for 6 months or a year. So it's a heck of a thing to have a wand, but it's broken, and now you have a gun inside of your place. Unfortunately, that happened the last time we had a broken wand. What's happened before. But thank you very much for your testimony or for your representation today. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to speak.
Mr. Short, if I can reply, as far as retraining, as most of the board, I don't know Mr. Grant that well, but Mr. Short, you've known me for many years, and you know my background was in this very field. Every time that I do a revision of a security plan, I actually individually, personally, as a lawyer of establishment, I go there and I sit there and we train individuals because I tell them I don't want to come back in front of the board for another 10 years or ever. So the retraining is definitely part of it. With regards to, because it was the point of creating a security plan where then it's not trained, right? And the security plan will ultimately go under my hand. I'm the one that's going to revise it. So I better be there to explain to them exactly what I mean, what I wrote down there. With regards to the search, I'll look into it. I don't know. I know what I know from my past experience, but as far as what it would require and who would come to give them better hinders of search, that I'll look into. That's all I can tell you. But I would ask, Mr. Chairman, if we're really trying to look at a plan where we do three things. Number one, we have an investigator come in, look at the angles of all the cameras, and give us feedback. This one, and this one, you need to add or change or whatever. Okay, now that I need for the security plan, right? So we need to come up with an updated diagram for the security plan. So we'll do that step one. Step two, draft the security plan, have perhaps Martha or legal approve it, that it meets the requirements of the statute. And then once we have that product, turn around and do the training. I would ask, instead of having 8/31 being a deadline, having a 90-day plan. And here's what I mean. Having in the next 30 days, we would have investigator come in, look at the cameras, we get our cameras, whatever needs to be done, order it, get it done, get it installed. In the next 30 days, submit the security plan, make sure it's approved, and then do the training. I just want to be realistic with that too. Giving a revised security plan itself, I can get that. I'm not here for about 10 days come next week, but I can get that done in the next 20 days. That's not a problem. But I would love to have the opportunity to do this right, to actually hand in hand be able to come up with this. So if that's okay with the board, I would like to do it that way so it's done completely, and then we can come back to board and report to you that here, all of this was done.
Sounds great to me. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well, I think this is what I think. What I would prefer is that we have you send in of course you're going to send a security plan. We will review it to see if it's legally compliant. And after the security plan is done, then if training needs to be done, then training needs to be done. But I think that's too much time. I mean, my compromise is that you provide us an up to. This is what I would ask you to do, and you can let me know if it's something is agreeable to you. Provide us an updated security plan within 45 days. Okay. Of course, we can have when an investigator go to the establishment and say whether or not there are any blind spots that can be addressed. So you don't, that doesn't necessarily need to be in a security plan. But I think one of the things that I think what we can all agree upon is that an updated security plan is required. And these provisions that we talked about needs to be in the security plan to say this needs to be offered, needs to be provided. The training, and then we can also say that all within, we can decide at what period after the security plan is provided where all employees need to be retrained on the security plan. But I think the most important thing, at least for us, if you would agree, is that we need to have a security plan. So therefore, we know, because your security plan, it's either 11 years or 7 years. It's that we're now in 2024, and there are different realities that needs to be addressed. And as I stated before, although you're stated this establishment might have been in existence for a long period of time, at least you're not aware, and we can't say that some other individual has not brought a gun in the establishment before, but this is actually the first time that someone has, at least the board is aware of someone has brandished a weapon. But we don't know whether or not other folks have entered the establishment with either a gun or a knife or some other weapon, but there's been no incident for them to have brandished it. And so we're not even aware if this was the only individual that night who got in there, who entered the establishment with a weapon. We don't know, but all that we know is that one person brandished a gun, and if he did not brandish the gun, if it was just a melee, he would have left, and everything was fine because your security would have dealt with it. And I'll say this, from what I saw, it appeared that your security dealt appropriately with the action. They were on top of it, but I think the larger issue is that a weapon did enter the establishment, and so therefore it needs to be addressed. How is it that this weapon gets in this establishment, and what policies and procedures are we going to put in place to prevent this from occurring? Nothing is 100%. Nothing is 100% fail-proof. However, but what is it that we're going to put in place to address the issue? All right. Any other questions by any other board members that or anyone else want to ask any questions? And then I'm going to bring this hearing to an end, and then I'll have you wrap up, sir, to let us know what it is that you want. As I stated to you before, the options the board has, we'll decide that there's no further action, or we're going to refer this matter over the Office of the Attorney General for them to determine if there's been a violation of one of our board rules or regulations. So any questions by any board members or the investigator? Any questions? And do you have a question you want to ask, Mr. Short?
No,
thank
questions.
you.
All right. Then you can wrap this up, sir, and let us know. You can wrap this up, and we'll bring this case.
I'll wrap it up. I will not repeat everything I said. I know I talked too much already. I'll just ask that, given the totality of all that we have discussed today, you issue no further action, with the understanding that absolutely we will do what we've discussed within 45 days. Have the cameras checked, update, fix, get the new security plan turned in, approved, turn around and retrain everybody on it. I'll look into, Mr. Short, even off the security plan, I will look into that issue of training by experts with regards to security, with regards to searches. So we will do all that we've talked about. At this point, though, I ask that you find no further action and give them a chance to be able to prove to you that they can go another ever and ever without this happening.
All right. Thank you, sir. The board will take this matter under advisement. All right. So thank you very much for your presentation. Have a great day.
Nice seeing everybody again. And again, sorry it was under these circumstances, but take care.
Unfortunately, this is how this operates. Okay. All right. So thank you very much. Have a great day. Thank you, Mr. Benson.
Bye-bye.
All right. Bye-bye.
It was a grand pleasure meeting you, by the way.
Nice meeting you as well.
Thank you.
All right. Take care. Thanks. All right. All right. We are now at the end of our afternoon calendar. Yeah, there are no other cases on this. So we're at the end of our afternoon calendar. So let me close the record for the day. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with Title III, Chapter 405, Office of Open Government, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting on August 7th for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigations of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations, and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the board's investigative agenda, legal agenda, and licensing agenda for August 7th, as published in the DC Register on August 2nd. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion before us now that it has been properly seconded. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that ABC Board will hold this closed meeting Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, notice will also be posted on ABC Board Hearing Room Bulletin Board, placed on electronic calendar on ABCA's website, and published in DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. We're now adjourned for the day. I would like to thank the members of the public who participated in the hearing today, and I'd also like to thank the members of the board who also participated. With no further business, the board is now adjourned. I will now ask all board members to return to executive session for further action. Good afternoon. Thank you.